Hello everyone, welcome to Tunis, welcome to AfricArena. AfricArena, the ecosystem accelerator, the African ecosystem accelerator. I'm Wasim Arabi, I'll be your host for the 2 days, your MC. Thank you for joining us today. The AfricArena is I think, one of the best events I've had the chance to attend in Africa. For me, it's the biggest startup event in Africa. And especially when we're talking about VC and investment, that's what it's about. And you're going to see lots of startups and pitching during these 2 days of the regional AfricArena event, North Africa, the first North African AfricArena event. And I hope, and I'm sure it won't be the last one. There was one in Western Africa, it was in Senegal, there'll be one in Eastern Africa. And again, in November, you're all welcome to join, of course, for the big AfricArena, the annual ceremony that happens in Cape Town. So I'm not going to be long. In a few minutes, we're going to be introducing this edition with Bintou and Christophe. But first of all, let's make some noise for our first speaker. He's talking on behalf of the Minister of Technology, Mr. Ali Abatayeb, Head of Smart Capital. Micro.
Is it okay? Okay, excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm going really to read the address of His Excellency Nizar Ben Naji, the newly appointed Minister for Communication Technologies and Digital Transition, who apologized for not being able to join us today, being in a mission abroad. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, I'm very pleased to welcome you on AfricArena Summit in Tunis and share with you our experience in building our startup ecosystem. Hopefully it can inspire both development and synergies with other African ecosystems. Prior to my present position, I was following with a lot of interest the development of the innovation ecosystem in Tunisia and the creative potential of our youth, which continues to amaze me every time I read about their inventions, their ambitions, and their energy. Nothing has changed to my amazement, as a great deal has been achieved over the past year, thanks to the combined efforts of all the players in the bubbling entrepreneurial ecosystem that drives Tunisia. The genesis of Startup Tunisia emerged in 2016, fueled by a strong willingness on the part of public authorities, startups, and civil society to find solutions to a generation of talents with strong skills who are fleeing the country for reasons generally related to the small size of our market and the lack of technological infrastructure. Another observation was made related to the success of the Tunisian elite who left to settle abroad. It was also obvious that startups that want to develop in Tunisia remain in demand, and those that cannot raise funds in Tunisia can do so internationally. So there was the idea of developing an ecosystem that will allow these Tunisian elite to stay in the country or to expand from the country. It was obvious then that there was a need to work on legislation and the development of ecosystem infrastructure. This work took a long time. Initially, the speech did not match the aspiration of politicians. Some saw it as a legitimate and ambitious project, while some thought it was incompatible with Tunisia and the transition period it is going through. On the other hand, there was perseverance on the part of the initiators of this project, who succeeded in creating a first task force in 2017, making it possible to build a framework of the project's objectives, starting by a legal one, which encourages and secures the project leader, the investor, and the startup itself. It was the start of the famous Startup Act. The Startup Act is one of the main three components of a larger national program called Startup Tunisia. Startup Act was the cornerstone as well as the first pillar let down because the legislation was one of the main obstacles to the achievement of the ambitious vision of Tunisia. The Startup Act was designed to provide quite stimulating financial, tax, and other incentives to the creative entrepreneur, to the individual or institutional investor, and to the startup, of course. A merit system called labeling has been put in place to give credibility to the process of granting these benefits and to serve the most innovative and scalable creators, geeks, and startups. As soon as it came into force, the law created a rush for labeling. It was an excellent catalyst to bring out the hidden talents, men, women, young and old, to expose their ideas and defend their projects and dreams. It is true that the past year has not been easy, a global pandemic, a global recession, and increasing social and economic tensions. Despite this, the Startup Act continues to prove itself with more than 500 labeled startups in just 2 years of activity, well beyond our initial projections. Indeed, Tunisians have benefited for a decade now from a climate of freedom of expression, freedom of action, and involvement in associative activities, which expose them to the problems with which they are confronted and to which they are called to find solutions. This climate nurtured a sense of responsibility with some and business appetite with others to turn the problems into opportunity. Startup Act acted as a catalyst. The enthusiasm of the entrepreneurs among them, coupled with the relaxation of the legal framework and the effervescence of the ecosystem, explain these very encouraging first results. 500 labeled startups. It is 500 dreams that we support, 500 chances to create success stories, and above all, 500 motivations to continue our efforts in order to change the lines and reduce the obstacles in front of these entrepreneurial youth. The objective posted over 5 years, April 19, April 24, is 1,000 startups. We are already on a trend beyond the targets, and we believe that this trend will be confirmed over the next few years. The second pillar should allow the emergence of a solid and dynamic venture capital industry. The state played the role of a catalyst by supporting the initiators of the Startup Tunisia project, since it initiated participation in the ANAVA Fund of Funds through a loan from the World Bank, which was granted to the Caisse des dépôts et consignations of Tunisia to be the anchor investor in the funds of funds. I qualify this commitment on the part of the government as intelligent for two reasons. One, on the hand, it was made at the time when equity participation were difficult for risky single country fund targeting startups. In addition, a commitment that spans 20 years in order to give ourselves the chance to succeed the project and to make Tunisia a hub for startups. This long-term commitment has reassured other European donors to consider an equity stake. The first closing with CDC took place last January for an amount of 40 million euros. The second is expected very soon for an additional amount of 35 million euros. The Fund of Funds targets the creation of 8 seed funds, 5 early funds, and 3 late stage. ANAVA will boost and revolutionize the ecosystem. We must not forget that in Tunisia, there are only 2 to 3 real venture capital funds that work with startups today. This number will increase to 15 with the ANAVA Fund of Funds by 2026. With these instruments, we suitably serve the investor and the startupper, but the system would not be complete without equipping other players in the ecosystem, namely the startup supporting structure or organization, such as incubators, accelerators, and startup studios, namely. It is the third pillar of Startup Tunisia, whose objective is to back these players so that they can bring all their expertise to our startups, increasing their chances of success in the medium and long run. Smart Capital is making a great job raising funds for these structures, sustaining successful programs, and launching new ones. Smart Capital Annual Startup Act report also does an interesting profiling of the funders of these startups and show that today only 5% of startups are founded by women. I have to say that Tunisian women are well educated. Their social rights are well protected, which have made an advanced country on gender issues. The women continues to have an interest in trade that offer financial stability and family balance. Although the number of those who are engaged in SMEs in the world of service and e-commerce is really growing. We note, however, that women make a significant breakthrough in scientific research and innovative activities. These are ingredients which are proven and which reassure us that women technological entrepreneurship will develop faster over the next few years. As part of startup ecosystem, the third pillar of Startup Tunisia, we plan to initiate many initiatives to strengthen support for women entrepreneurs and improve women inclusion in the startup ecosystem. Apart from a few African countries, such as Kenya, Rwanda, Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt, Ghana, or Senegal, which attract the bulk of investors targeting startups, the Maghreb countries are not yet attractive. The Maghreb has a big handicap due to the fact that the Maghreb market has been announced since 1989, but that it has never been operational. We are always seen as individual countries and not a grouping of countries or regions to allow these funds to seize more interesting opportunities in a larger market. Political instability and the delay in setting up electronic administration and the reform of the foreign exchange law are all constraints that slow down, in Tunisia, for example, the progress of projects and the transfer of funds, a handicap observed by many donors. However, ecosystem players are ensuring that all of this is remedied. IFC has already launched an interesting initiative to encourage Maghreb countries to create other startup acts and encourage startups to invest cross-border. Maghreb Diaspora Business Angels Network is another initiative which has just been launched and which will put in contact the Maghreb diaspora in Europe and in the US, whether they are investors, experts, or potential entrepreneurs, with entrepreneurs and business angels established in the Maghreb to create joint projects capable of boosting the local ecosystem and stimulating investment in the region. At the African level, Tunisian startups do not capture as much international funding like young startups from Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt, or even Senegal. This was true a few years ago. But the trend is currently on the rise for Tunisian startups, with amounts less than $10 million. In May, Expansia has raised $20 million. I imagine there will be more by the end of the year. We are confident that with the dynamic that we are putting in place and the growing dedication of Tunisian youth and particularly educated women for technological entrepreneurship, the future is promising for Tunisian startups. The end of the year will certainly have some nice surprise in store for us. In conclusion, I have to say that today there are fewer and fewer young people knocking on the doors of public employers, while there are more and more talents, young and old, involved in a way into entrepreneurship. By putting in place legislation, a framework of actions for investment, as well as reinforcement, at the level of the ecosystem, we are shaping the entrepreneurship of tomorrow and boosting the emergence of another enterprising and innovative society which dare thinking big. I wish for a Tunisian unicorn to be born. I dream that Tunisia will be the Estonia of Africa, or a digital oasis whose startups will follow success stories like Skype, but also like M-Pesa, Aramex, Karim, and many others emerging from countries in Africa and the MENA region. The Startup Act can give rise to a revolutionary movement of entrepreneurial knowledge. To do this, we must bring order out of the chaos. One of our perspectives is to simulate the entrepreneurial spirit from childhood by strengthening culture. As a minister, I wish the project Startup Tunisia could help to open up to an ecosystem where makers, whose role will always be to remove obstacles and chart the course for this gradually moving more prosperity for all. The great merit of all these efforts goes to those entrepreneurs who get up every day with the same aggressiveness and the same ambition. Wish to thank the organizer of AfricArena for choosing Tunisia for their regional event. Wish you all the success in your work. Today will be fun and full of learning. Please enjoy.
Thank you, Mr. Alay Batayeb. We'll be seeing us all their network for the first time in North Africa and especially in Tunis today. So I'm gonna call Bintou and Christophe to introduce this AfricArena North Africa edition. Can make some noise, yes.
Bonjour. Good morning. Come on, guys. I thought Tunisia was full of energy. Yes, come on, make some noise. Where are the startups? Where's the energy? Okay, I just want to hand over to Bintou, our Chief Operating Officer, for introducing you to AfricArena.
Great, thank you very much, Christophe. I'm going to do that here. Great. Thank you very much for being here. We're so happy to welcoming you at our North AfricArena event. Before we start, I just wanted to give you a brief introduction of what is AfricArena and what is our mission. So AfricArena mission is really to bridge the gap between the investors, the entrepreneurs, and the corporate. So AfricArena was created in 2017, so almost 5 years ago. And since the beginning, all the startups that pitch in various AfricArena events were able to raise more than $220 million in capital. So the events are really adding value for the entrepreneurs and for the investors. We're also doing open innovation challenges. So this is a company that's coming to us with some challenges, and we're helping them to source the best startup in Africa to answer this challenge. So for example, now we have a challenge with Saint-Gobain, and we still have more in the pipeline that's coming. You will hear about it during the event. Cool. So for this year, what we have decided to go in 4 different hubs in Africa to do some regional summits. So we started in Johannesburg to cover the Southern Africa. Then we went to Senegal in partnership with the Senegalese government in June. Then we went to Kenya, that was last week. And now we are in Tunisia to close the regional summit. So when we do our regional summit, what we do the first day is we're starting with the Investor in Conference that took place yesterday at the Fondation Tunisie pour le Développement. And in parallel, we did a Founders Bootcamp for the startup to make sure that they are all ready to pitch in front of all of you today. And today we are all here for the regional summit. So before we start, I just wanted to thank all our sponsors that contribute to this event, and without their help, we couldn't do this event. So thank you very much for that. Great. I just wanted to specify that if you're not in person, the event is also available on live streaming in our Wire app. So I encourage all of you that are watching online to download the application, and then you will be able to follow online. Otherwise, you can still follow in our YouTube channels and LinkedIn. Great. I will hand over to Christophe. Thank you very much.
Yes, we can give Bintou a round of applause because, yeah, she has joined AfricArena only 3 months ago, and she was in Dakar just at the beginning of her tenure as CEO of the company, and then she put together an event in Kenya last week, and now in Tunisia this week. So I would like to just say a few words about what is AfricArena. On top of what Bintou said, we are not just an event or a series of events. We are really a platform to change the company's future of many founders on the continent. Bintou said we actually are now over $250 million of capital raised for alumni. We are a program designed by investors and entrepreneurs for investors and entrepreneurs first and foremost. We are ecosystem builder. The stars of the show are the founders. So we will have over 20 of them pitching for the next 2 days, and I hope that there will be some deals and showcasing as a result of that. So I would like to also thank again our partners. We would not be able to put together this event in a very difficult environment. We were still in a COVID year with a lot of difficulty relating to travel and logistics. So, you know, we are here in person and online, but it's really great to have this energy of meeting people in person. So again, I'd like to thank Smart Capital for the support, Expertise France, GIZ, The Dot, where we had the boot camp with 20 founders yesterday, Fondation pour le Développement de la Tunisie, and all our other ecosystem partners. I'd like to thank Wassim for being the host. He has experienced AfricArena firsthand in Cape Town, and I hope he will be with us next month in South Africa, as many of you. So with that, I'd like to wish you really a great event, and more importantly, I hope that some deals happen and connections that are going to be beneficial for all of you. Thank you very much for being here, and see you very soon.
Thank you, Christophe. For sure, I won't be missing the Cape Town edition this summer in South Africa. There will be winter in Tunis, so you're all welcome, as he said, to join us for the Cape Town event, big event of AfricArena. So now I'm going to be calling Ariane Phillips, Innovi project manager, as you can see it here. Ariane, the floor is yours.
So hi everyone, I'm really happy to be here today to launch the North Africa AfricArena Summit along with our partners. As some of you may know, France celebrated African continent last week during the Afrique-France Summit. And we're trying to pursue these dynamics today by celebrating the North African region and by organizing this event today in Tunisia. And I think this actually shows that Tunisia is becoming a hub of innovation, and I'm sure you are going to notice it today and tomorrow during the pitches of startups. So we are aware that there are still challenges to overcome, but what we've seen through the project Innovi is that there is incredible potential, and we're trying to further boost these dynamics, and that's what we're doing by organizing this event in Tunisia today. And this summit is going to be an opportunity to promote North African major actors in the tech scene, but also to expand the North African ecosystem. And that's one of the objectives of the project Innovi, which is funded by the European Union and implemented by Expertise France. So the project Innovi aims at strengthening the ecosystem of innovation and entrepreneurship in Tunisia. And we're doing so by working on 3 components. The first one is to support directly the ecosystem by allocating grants through an envelope of 8 million euros to structures that support directly the entrepreneurs. Then we also work with the public sectors to elaborate and implement reforms that are going to allow the emergence of this ecosystem. And we're also trying to promote the entrepreneurship culture within Tunisia and among the youth, but also to create links between the international community and the Tunisian ecosystem. That's why we're really happy yesterday to see all the regional startups getting together during this all-day bootcamp at The Dot, which is a newly created innovation hub in Tunisia. And also during the VC and conference to see that VC funds and investors were getting together to discuss ways of improving investment processes in the region. So I really hope that the 3 days are going to be an opportunity for startups to meet with investors, but also to create links between the Tunisian ecosystem and regional and international ones. So thank you again for having me today. Congratulations to everyone who has been selected, and good luck.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Thank you, Ariane Phillips. So next, in a few minutes, as I said, we'll be having you, Mr. Alay Abtaib, to introduce us more to the ecosystem, what's going on. After the Startup Act, I think many people are here interesting, especially the people who are following us from many different African capitals. You can connect live. I invite you to share the link so your network could follow us. So I'm going to call now... No, I'm not. Am I? I'm not? But I can, yeah, okay. So let me probably call Mr. Alay Abtaib. We'll do it now. So yeah, I'm sure you are born ready, Mr. Alay Abtaib. So you're gonna introduce us more to what's next after the Startup Act, and it's been 2 or 3 years. Time flies. So you're gonna tell us more about not really what happened with the Startup Act. We already know that, but what's next?
Okay. Thank you very much, Wassim.
On peut l'encourager, même si c'est le même que tout à l'heure. Différentes casquettes.
The talk is going to be a little bit different. So
yes.
We are going really to analyze probably, yeah. So just let me put it like this. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so thank you very much really for giving us this opportunity. We are really proud really to be partner with this event. In fact, Smart Capital is the national operator of Startup Tunisia, just an introduction of what we do. And we've been really, how to say, assigned, this mission almost 2 years ago, where we implement, in fact, 3 important, axes, of the Startup Tunisia that I'm going really to put in details, in the presentation. But we are extremely important, in developing, our action in Africa. Africa is key in our strategy. In fact, the fact that it is labeled in euro is just really to give the opportunity, to the Tunisian startup really to expand internationally. And Africa is extremely strategic for in this expansion. So let me go, in fact, into the details of the Startup Act, and then, of course, close, my presentation on speaking about Startup Tunisia in general with the other 2 axes, which we consider are extremely complementary, but important really to succeed, in putting, an excellent startup ecosystem in Tunisia. So, in fact, it starts, let me tell, my talk as a story, how the thing started and how the thing has been really implemented. So it started with what we call a spark, It's a social and political revolution. In the talk of Mr. the Minister, he mentioned that after the revolution, people are really willing really to take initiatives, not only political initiatives, but also entrepreneurship initiatives, The revolution gave them really also a lot of, lot of incentives really to be yourself, to do your project. So the social and political revolution is one trigger. The second is the need of a new economic and social paradigm. Everybody is really fed up, really, of a system, of a process which didn't really prove to be profitable for the young people, particularly, and the society in general, and the birth of a startup ecosystem at the end. In 2016, it started really with an initiative, and probably I can say that the minister is here, who really, Mr. Nu'man El-Fehri, very good friend of mine, which, frankly speaking, I really give him the credit of really starting the thought. At least he was in the government, he was really taking the initiative to gather, the people around him, both in the private sector and also in the civil society, to be able really to make kind of a brainstorming, how we can really start, for which way we can really choose in order really to continue and to set up, this, so several startup founders, mentors, investors, enablers were really involved and engaged in the process. This movement has really taken some time. It's not really obvious, really, to when you are really convinced of the idea. It's not really obvious that those who are around you can really buy in, you know, and back you, I mean, on the idea. So it needs really sometimes really to be able really to go through the process and following it. 2018, finally, in fact, after almost 2 years, I mean, the law has been voted by the parliament, and also it took 1 year for the promulgation of the law. So it's in April 2019 has been really the promulgation of the law and the effective date of the start of the Startup Act. In fact, Startup Act measures are divided into three: for the entrepreneurs, for the investors, and for the startup itself. For the entrepreneurs, a series of measures, I can say even advantage. I mean, somebody is really can have a scholarship really to survive during the period in order really to concentrate in his business. Patenting also is one of the important issue that has been really covered, I mean, in previous programs, but this has been really bringing something extremely important for those who have a really creative ideas. For the investors, beside tax relief, an additional tax relief, the investment instruments has been really imagined in order really to ease, I mean, the process of investment. For the startups, many advantage, and we consider that they are really revolutionary. Essentially, the special account in foreign currency, which is a unique process. It happened in many countries, but in Tunisia, it's unique. I mean, when it happened, it really gave a lot of hope for startup really to create their own startup. Just I'm going really to have, I mean, the data. Time is really running. So this is the definition, how we define, I mean, startup in Tunisia, and these are the criteria for which you'll be able really to get, I mean, your label. The first three are some measurable, how to say, parameters: the age, the size, I mean, the size of the capital, etc., and also the number of shareholders in the company, etc. These are measurable, but there are two others which are quite, how to say, subjective criteria, which it needs opinion, it needs analysis, it needs pitch, it needs listening to you to hear, I mean, if you are creative and if your business is scalable. So these are the criteria for which you are really eligible to be able really to get your label. The process is digitalized from one end to another. Smart capital is really, it's not because I'm a director general. I'm really finding, I mean, the system really set and based, and the team is excellent. They're really making an excellent work, I mean, to follow the process and to make the process extremely transparent and smooth, in order really to have, I mean, the process and give the chance to whoever at midnight, at 8, at any time, really to apply and to have its chance to apply, to get his chance really for the label. So we receive on average 40 applicants each month, and mostly half of them will be granted, I mean, the label. As I said, the process is 100% digital, transparent process, and we have this, I mean, sessions, I mean, on a regular basis. No vacation in summer, on holidays, absolutely not. The system is always continuous in order really to not lose any chance for a startup to be created. We had a survey, in fact, not only survey, but a study, which showed that 8.1% of all those who apply for a startup or for a label are PhD candidates. And almost 51.6% they have master degree. And or 16.3%, in fact, master degree, but here in one, we say bac plus 5, bac plus 10, but this is equivalent of master degree. That's, I mean, for friends, I mean, from abroad who are not really familiar with the baccalaureate system and the French system. But unfortunately, in fact, I say unfortunately because it's a subject which is extremely dear to me. We'd like really to see more women entrepreneurs. So, but the statistic and the survey show that only 5% of them are women. But as I said, I mean, or let's say as the minister said in his speech, I mean, the trend is really growing. I mean, for women, essentially those who are really involved in science and technology. Diaspora also, they are representing, I mean, a big chunk, I mean, of those who are really applying, as 55.6% really are really applying for this. Another very, how to say, very promising point is that we have 15 nationalities applying really for the startup level and to set base, I mean, in Tunisia. Yeah, I mean, you have French, I mean, African, I mean, Ivory Coast, etc. They are really applying. I mean, Algeria, Morocco, etc. Also Turkish, etc. So they're really applying. I think South Korea also is there, but I know I'm not really seeing the flag of South Korea. So this is give for us a lot of hope that Tunisia could really be, I mean, a platform of, I mean, this is our objective, in fact, of Startup Tunisia. I will define it at the end. Is indeed, I mean, Tunisia can really welcome, I mean, startup from abroad really to set base in Tunisia and to expand abroad, and particularly, of course, in Africa. Most of those with whom you speak, what's the most important factor which really encourage you really to set base in Tunisia? One is the access, I mean, to the African market. Second is the access to talents, you know, and of course the networking, which is considered to be very, very important. In terms of industry, I mean, for a startup, I mean, almost 16%, I mean, within the marketplace. That means people are really making platform for e-commerce, handicraft, whatever. So it's really, and also there is a big, how to say, chunk, I mean, on the business software and service, on ed tech, health tech, creative industry, etc. So I think there is, as we accumulated together, there is 21.5% of labeled startups which they operate in deep tech, artificial intelligence, robotics, IoT, biotech, blockchain, cryptocurrency, and so on. In terms of how to say turnover and fund really generated, I mean, by the startups, I mean, on average, I mean, the startups turnover is in 2020 is around 72 million Tunisian dinar, which is the equivalent of $20 million, 20 million euro, which is reasonable, just really to start up as, I mean, as a startup on a seed stage. We have on the Tunisian startup 17 internationally labeled, which have a turnover of 55.3 million Tunisian dinar during 2020, and 5 Tunisian startups with a turnover which is less. So just really to explain, I mean, that these international startups, they are really coming into Tunisia with their network already. I mean, when you compare, I mean, the data, you understand that first they have a network, and also they have, I mean, a good really potential of really growing, I mean, from Tunisia. Another also average on term of employees, I mean, most of the startups, they employ around 8 employees. There is 82, let's now speak about the fundraising. There is 82 operations, I mean, investment operations, I mean, Tunisia in 2020. With a total of 23.2 million Tunisian dinar. Personally, I consider that it's a little, but it's a good beginning. It's a good start, really, to be able really to so now so this is Startup Act. So these are the results of what has been really put in place for the last 2 years, and what is the real outcome and the figures of this outcome. Now, we consider this year, after the launching of Anava, the launching of Flywheel, I mean, both the Startup Invest and the Startup Ecosystem, that Startup Tunisia program and brand really has been really launched, I mean, this year. So Startup Tunisia is an ambitious project which is really willing to make Tunisia a country of startups, at the crossroads of the Mediterranean, the MENA region, and Africa. So Startup Act, as I've been really saying, so it's mostly, I mean, is dealing with the financial, fiscal, whatever incentives really for the startup, both the investors, the entrepreneurs, and the startup itself, which is how to say, couronné by the label. That means by fine end, I mean having the label. Startup Invest is an extremely key, because after really creating many startups, of course you have really to okay, 5 minutes. We have really to prepare, I mean, the funding for them. So it's a new mechanism, a fund of fund, which with a target of 200 million euro. We have also considered within this program, I mean, a VC incubator for GPs for the first comers, or the first, let's say, team investors. So we are really considering, I mean, creating, I mean, an incubator for them. And I really would like really to thank all the sponsors who are really backing us, I mean, on putting in place, I mean, this incubator. On parallel, also, in order not to create, I mean, a dichotomy, I mean, in the Tunisian economy, which is really based on SMEs, we also are launching, I mean, Innovatech. It's not really part of the startup program, but it's a part of the big project of the World Bank and CDC and also Smart Capital. Is the Innovatech, which is for innovative SMEs. So we'd like also to give the chance for SMEs to be innovative and to adopt technology and really to strengthen their competitiveness with technology. The third pillar is the startup ecosystem. All countries, please trust me, that all countries who have succeeded on their startup policy, on their startup project and programs, they develop a very strong program for the ecosystem, for the supporting structures, for the incubator, accelerator, startup studios. They are really backing new programs. They are backing also successful programs in order really to continue coaching and backing, I mean, startups in order that they will continue their path toward success. The objective in general, I mean, of Startup Tunisia is to create 1,000 startup labels. We are, as Mr. the Minister said, we are now almost with 600 startups. We are just beyond our objective. So, I mean, the objective is, hopefully, it's very easily to reach. The objective also is to create 10,000 jobs, essentially young graduates, those, I mean, in engineering, technology, etc. I mean, of course, this is what most of the startup needs. With 1 billion Tunisian dinar cumulative turnover, and with 1 Tunisian unicorn. In order really to have 1 Tunisian unicorn, you have at least to have 1,000 startups. As the Nobel Prize laureate always say, in order really to have an excellent idea, you have to have millions of ideas. So we have really to have, at least we are so modest, to have 1,000 startups. We hope from 1,000 startups we can have a unicorn. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Thank you, Mr. Alay Taib. I think the Tunisian ecosystem is today very inspiring. It's an adventure that started a few years ago with many ambitions, and today I think we are starting to make it. As you said, the objectives are, we are, I think, ahead of the scheduled objectives, so I'm very optimistic about the future. But later we're going to discuss the building bridges in the North African ecosystem, and this is very important because, you know, Tunisian market might not be that huge to make prosperous startups. It's good, but might not be enough, so building bridges is very important. And saying this was just for me to use the Prosperous word, because I'm going to be introducing the CEO of Prosperous, a very promising Tunisian startup. So Walid Idris and Leila Benzina. who's president of the Fresh Tech in Tunisia and tech entrepreneur and Holberton School and many, many other things, very engaged entrepreneur. So the floor is yours for a duo keynote.
Perfect. No worries.
Hello, everybody. Then to replace Badruddin Wali, we had to be two of us. I don't know if you know him, but he's a great Tunisian success story. And because my English is not very good and Walid's English is better than mine, then I will start and the end of the speech will be better. Then the question was how to create more investable tech companies in Northern Africa. And from my point of view as a tech entrepreneur and as a woman who is very involved in the tech ecosystem and also in the civil society in Tunisia, being president of French Tech Tunisia and being the previous president of TAC, Tunisian Association for Communication and Technologies, which is the largest IT association that gathers the biggest IT players in the ecosystem. What I would like to say about this topic is that it has to be a joint leadership effort, primary to the, let's say, the benefit of the community and beyond personal and short-term considerations. It leads me to talk about the importance of the ecosystem. And when we talk about putting in place a good, let's say, ecosystem for startups, we have to see each component of this ecosystem and all the stakeholders has to contribute to building the future of their country, region, and implement a sustainable system to become stronger and more competitive worldwide altogether. Otherwise, if we play, each one alone, we won't be very strong. And it's our belief, our strong belief, that the ecosystem is key in this promotion of the startups. And I think that Tunisia has understood that years ago, putting in place the Startup Act and having players and very nice initiatives and strong initiatives like Smart Capital and incubators and accelerators like the DOT. And what I would like to add is if we focus only on trying to be an investable company, we won't succeed in putting in place the whole virtual system, the whole good system. It's not an end in itself. It hasn't to be an end in itself, but it has to be the byproduct of a positive cycle, and the prosperity has to benefit to the maximum of tech players. Because if we try to support only those who are promising, let's say, or those who we judge as promising, we won't be able to have the licorns, as we say, or the great success stories, and then we will reduce our chances to succeed. And it's, let's say, it's something that we have to put in place, the success for all and not for the few, and it's a matter of statistics. We have to empower the ecosystem more than we are already doing, and to make the people and the stakeholders work together. There is a need to put in place a sense of ownership, and I think that Each startup, each stakeholder needs to be part of this ecosystem and of this action, of this joint, let's say, leadership action. The players now feel empowered and have come into the tech and digital fold. Before they weren't. They were denied a voice or they choose not to participate. All the components are key, and we need to foster the development of each one. First, the developer community. The developer community is about talents and competencies. And if we want to have a tech ecosystem that is doing well and that is successful, it is all about having talents and having the right competencies, but not working alone, but again, working all together as a community. A vibrant and a strong developer community is critical for the country in any tech system anyway. It promotes learning and also allows its members to stay up to date with the cutting edge of technology. Members are learning from one another and provide a support for the system. It is the best way to have an ecosystem that is armed with developers able to tackle problems and innovations. And we know how much it is important for a tech ecosystem to be up to date and to tackle innovations. We also have to promote and to, let's say, in this ecosystem, another very important component is the established business and companies, big players, big companies. Those companies are, let's say, a model for the startups. They are able to support innovations. They are able to invest in R&D, so they can help the ecosystem in accelerating and in sharing good practices. They are able also to mentor and to coach the startups, and they can spur innovation from where they are without, taking so much risk. Then I think it is a very important part of the ecosystem, and we have to make sure that they are involved in making the startups accelerate and in supporting the startup ecosystem also. We don't have to, of course, forget the accelerators and tech hub incubators. They support early stage growth-driven companies by financing, by mentoring, by educating, and so on and so forth. And last but not least, universities and schools. And we have to make sure that there are new models of training schools and systems. And I'm not saying that because I am the co-founder of Alberton School, which is a unique, let's say, a coding and programming school with a very innovative model, inclusive model, where we accept all kind of learner. They don't need to have a background in tech. They only need to have a potential in that field. Then we only test them on their potential more than on their background or their diploma. And they don't need to pay until they find a job. And I think that those kinds of, let's say, initiatives are very important for the tech ecosystem because it will bring more talents, different profiles, people who are willing to, for most of them, stay in the country. And from our first experience, we started almost 3 years ago. All of them are, for the moment, let's say 90% of them are staying in Tunis, and all of them have been have found jobs, then I think it is very important to bring such alternatives. And it isn't in the, let's say, in the traditional way of educating in Tunisia, but we have to support not only Alberton, but other schools like this, like Alberton, because it is important to diversify and to bring to the market more profiles and more tech profiles who have more opportunities with an inclusive model. Then this is what I wanted to say today, to stress on the importance of each component of the ecosystem and of the importance of collaboration and coordination between each component. Thank you very much, and I will leave the floor to Walid.
All right, thanks, Naila. By the way, your English is just perfect. So thanks for this introductory keynote. I'll try to build on this for my part. I will just testify with my own experience, building on what Naila said. So is this ecosystem now helping to build, or actually building, investable startups? For your notice, Prosperous has been invested by several investors from all around the world. I think we have 9 nationalities among our investors, from the US, from London, from Paris, from Dubai, from Tunisia, and elsewhere. So it seems kind of it's working. But let me tell you what are the challenges along this way. But first, I will explain what is our company so you can understand what we are talking about. So Prosperous was founded back in 2016. I was in Dubai. I was working for Facebook. Amazing company, amazing job. By the way, let me put my timer because otherwise I will talk a lot. I have a lot of things to share. So I'll just focus on the important things. So amazing company, amazing job. And then suddenly I find out about Bitcoin, blockchain, new world, revolution, disruption, like fancy stuff. Quite exciting. So I said, okay, I want to go there. And I went there and I founded a company without having a clue what to do, what product, what to sell, who are the clients, how to get the money, who are the investors, who are the employees, who is the team, etc. Like really starting from scratch. And this is really the amazing part of being an entrepreneur. So I will fast forward a little bit, and then I found myself in Tunisia in 2016, working on a project I never imagined I would work on, because it's a project with a public entity in Tunisia, a public sector. It's the Tunisian Post. We created the first mobile wallet using what we call today a stable coin, so a digital dinar, kind of, issued by La Poste, to do and enable peer-to-peer payments. I never imagined that I would be in Dubai working for like major multinational companies, doing a project with a public entity in Tunisia. So that was the first step. Then we moved on to selling the solution to other private players. We worked with Tayara, the online marketplace. So they wanted to get into the digital payment. So we worked with them for about 2 years. And since then, we moved to work with many other partners in Tunisia and outside of Tunisia. One of our latest flagships was a project with Banque de France, working on the digital euro. You know, central banks are today working on digitizing their currencies, or what we call the CBDC. And we had a pilot with Banque de France about this in last summer. And we have an interesting roadmap going forward. So this is Prosperous. How did we build this? So first, we had to leverage on great assets that we have in Tunisia. And really, the greatest asset we have is talent. I think that's what Naila was saying. There is a great talent, raw talent, but that you have to nurture and make them become operational through training, through coaching, through mentoring. We did that in-house. But today, if you have like ecosystem builders who are contributing to that, it would be easier. So we definitely have talent in Tunisia, because 100% of our team is made of Tunisian engineers. We just made our first international hire last month, the first non-Tunisian, a French sales guy based in Paris. So other than that, it's really purely Tunisian talent, grown here. They didn't study abroad. They didn't have any experience working for foreign companies. We took them as interns. And today they are building this and delivering projects with Bangladesh France on really cutting-edge technology. We're talking about CBDC, things that didn't happen anywhere in the world, and we're doing this out of a Tunisian company. So was that easy? Of course not. And we had many challenges. So I'll start listing them, and I'll tell you how we managed to navigate that. So as it's a long list, I have to take my notes, sorry. So first of all, there is really a challenge. There's a clash between two mindsets. I would say a youth mindset that is really progressive, innovative, willing to go forward, they want to be successful, etc. And a conservative mindset coming from, the culture here of the public administration where, no, we're just happy with the status quo. Why change? It's already working. Why new things? Why innovate? Why take risks? And this is really a serious clash of cultures that we have here. So this is the first point. And I'm telling you this because we saw this with the different institutions we worked with here. The second is there's an overemphasis on regulation here in this country. And I think this is really a penalizing aspect. Everything is about regulation. I mean, regulation is good, but when you compare, American system where you have a lot of extremely successful startups, I think like anywhere in the world, there's a reason for that. Because in the US, when you are in a dorm room and you launch a website, let's say called Facebook, nothing like that before. I mean, nobody knows what is a social network. I mean, you can operate, you can work. Nobody tells you what is a social network. Is there a regulation for a social network? Let's come and talk and let's set a regulatory framework for social networks, etc., etc. So in this kind of context, you can have things like Facebook. Now, you come to Tunisia, or probably that is inspired from also probably French heritage, kind of. So everything is about regulation. So if it's not allowed, I mean, if it's not in the law, it's forbidden. And this is really a serious issue because we had issues pushing forward our projects with the Tunisian Post. We had issues pushing forward our project with Tayara. We had issues pushing forward our project with the central bank. We had issues pushing forward our work with virtually anybody in this country because of that. And I was just in a call earlier with a client saying, okay, we like the idea, we like the concept, it has a lot of value, we want to implement that, but which legal framework for this? It doesn't exist, so it's not allowed, we cannot do it. So this is the kind of things where we're wasting time here. The other important point is when you look at decision makers, be it in corporate or in the public sector or the private sector, there is still a conservative approach, we have a serious lack of courage of leadership in most of the institutions. In some institutions, we have great leaders, but in most cases, the overall system here rewards like passive behavior. I mean, we are there, we're just managing the current process. We don't take risks in moving forward. And that's really a serious clash that we have. Even if you find sponsors in the organization, they want to do things and take risks and innovate, they find a hard time in making this happen within their own organization. I will skip the rest of the list because it's a long one, but I think these are some of the key things that we face here that we have to improve in order to get more investable startups in this country. So when I came back, things started improving, and there are still ways to improve that. So I will start touching on this. So when I came back from Dubai here to Tunisia, there was a person right here called Norman Fehri, and I started talking to him about my project, this is what I want to do, etc., etc. And he told me, look, young boy, you are crazy. Take your bags and go back to Dubai. And it's a true story. Not because he doesn't believe in Tunisian entrepreneurs or innovation in Tunisia or whatever, but because he knows the amount of challenges that we have here, and he thought maybe as a personal mentor and advisor, it would be better off building companies in Dubai and bringing them here, still employing Tunisian engineers, etc., etc. But probably out there we can find a better ecosystem. This was at a time where we didn't have all these things that Neila talked about. Remember, this was 5 years ago. There wasn't anything called Startup Act like Alaya was talking about. So we had to contribute into that, and we built things bottom up, and things have changed, and now it's much easier for new entrepreneurs, but it wasn't that easy for us. So before I conclude, I want to know, actually, to give you the the most relevant insight from my end. How many startups are here in the room? If you're a startup or representing a startup, please raise your hand. Okay, which one's from Tunisia? If you're from Tunisia, keep your hand raised. And from outside, startups outside of Tunisia, all right? Okay, who are the investors? How many investors we have here? All right, if you're from Tunisia, keep your hands raised. Investors from Tunisia, all right? Investors from outside of Tunisia, please raise your hand. Okay, and finally, who is from the public sector, like policy makers, government bodies, etc.? Please raise your hand. Okay, few. I would guess half from Tunisia, half from outside of Tunisia, roughly. All right. So the reason I'm asking this is we have to know who is trying to create more investable tech companies in North Africa. Is it the governments? Is it the investors? Or is it us, the ecosystem and the entrepreneurs? So depending on that, you can have different recommendations and actions you can take. I'll list just, okay, I'll keep going until someone stops me, all right? I'll be done. All right, so the first one is you have to think ecosystems, not a single use case, because when you follow the playbook and you have international mentors, they talk about focus, scalable, etc. But you cannot do this here. And there's a talk with a famous Harvard professor who is highlighting this. When you're in an emerging market, you have a lot of infrastructure lacking. Infrastructure not in terms of roads and bridges, but the whole ecosystem, right? So if you're an entrepreneur, that kind of place, you can't focus on your business. You have to deal with all the other issues that you have. I'll give you one example that I saw in Dubai, and we applied the same here, actually, because when you try to build a mobile payment company, you have to work on regulation, you have to work on clearing houses, you have to work on agents networks, you have to work on collections and delivery, whatever, like a lot of things. And one tangible example that I have in mind is in Dubai, an entrepreneur called Ronaldo Moshawar. He's from Jordan, but he was based in Dubai. He created Souk.com 10 years ago, like prehistoric era in internet. Internet didn't even exist maybe in the Middle East, I don't know, at the time. And he was a crazy guy working around. He wanted to build an e-commerce site. 10 years later, or 15 years later, maybe 12, I don't know exactly, he made an exit to Amazon for $700 million. I mean, that guy had that belief. But let me tell you what that guy built. He didn't build an e-commerce site like Jeff Bezos built Amazon in the US. What he had to do is he had to build the e-commerce site. He had to build the payment solution. They created a payment gateway called PayFort. They had to create a top-up system where you can buy cards from retail shops. You charge them with money so you can use them online, like the dinar we had in Tunisia, but he had to create that himself. It's called Cashew. He had to create the delivery because there was no delivery infrastructure. There wasn't Intigo or X or Y or Z or Jumia or Aramex or, you know, the postal system wasn't up to the state of the art at the time. So they built a delivery and logistics company called Q Express. So they had to build all those things in order to make things happen. But it works. But if he had to listen and focus only on one area of the business, probably he couldn't have succeeded. So that's the first point. And I have 1 minute to get to the others. The second thing is, okay, I lost my notes, so I have to remember them. So the first one was build ecosystems, and not only one single vertical, as probably international investors would advise you to do, like focus, etc., etc. This is one thing. The second thing is you have to be patient and tenacious, because things don't happen fast here. So you really have to be patient and surround yourself with visionary people who can be visionary and also patient. Think of capital. So if you are looking for investors who want like quick returns, that will not work for you here. But you have to find investors who are, you know, visionary, so they can understand your vision, and patient because they understand the value of you waiting to make things happen here because it takes longer time here to happen, but then when it happens, it's great and big. The other point is focus on the best, like focus only on the 1%, My time is up, so I will wrap up here. What do I mean by focus on the 1%? Maybe not everything is rosy and glamorous here, but there are great things. So in 2018, I said, okay, forget it. It's too difficult here. I'm out. I went back to Dubai and said, okay, let's continue building a startup in Dubai, whatever, like I was advised before. Maybe my mentor was right. But I had to have that tenacity, and I had to be surrounded by others who told me, you know, like this a lady right here. I really took my bags and went back to Dubai and got back another apartment, and that's it. I started like placing my team into other companies and other jobs. And she calls me, she sent me a message. Are you crazy? What are you doing? Like, come back here. We're going to make this happen. This is the kind of visionary, patient sponsors you need to have. Now, we are here. We made amazing projects with amazing institutions like Banque de France, etc. And the journey still goes on. So this is the kind of support you need to build around you. I will leave it here because otherwise I can keep going for a long time. I have so many things to share. I think these are the main insights I want to share with you on how to make and create more investable tech companies in North Africa. So thank you.
Thank you. Please stay here. So I think we can open it up for a few minutes since we are, we still have a few minutes. If you have questions, I'm sure you have questions. No? Always the first one, the most difficult one. So for sure, Ahmed, you have a question. I see you looking. If no one will go, you'll take a question. I've seen you, how you were doing. And we have one also here. We already have two. So ladies first. Maxi. If you could introduce yourself also, because it would be interesting for others to know who you are. Very interesting.
Hello. Yeah, now it's working. Hi, I'm Matsi. I'm from South Africa. I'm an entrepreneur. I have my own set of technology startups, and I'm also the champion for the South African Startup Act. So what I want to ask is, given the fact that Tunisia has gone on a path to having a Startup Act, has your success, the current success that you have now, been enabled by the fact that there is a Startup Act? And what were the conditions before there was an act?
All right, so as I said, we started before that even existed, and we helped to shape that. So we had to find ways to operate without those benefits. Today we are labeled Startup Act, and these advantages are helping us a little bit. However, I want to do one other mention, to be fair to Norman. The reason why this thing existed, he knew that it would take time to build these kind of things. Probably he thought it's better for me to stay another 2 years in Dubai, build things, and come back here. But we joined the fight here, and we made it work bottom up. So because Norman had that tenacity that I'm talking about, and among those sponsors who are really shaping the ecosystem, we had that thing happening. However, the conservative mindset I was talking about made this following thing. We had a list, like an amazing draft, worked with the whole community of what will change things. And at the end, the text that we had was thinned like with a major way. Like most of the things were not there at the end. So the measures that Ali explained are amazing, they are helping us, but they're not the most helpful one. I'll give you the most helpful one that could have been there. Public spending. If public spending was open to startups, that would help us big time. Because today we're struggling to get projects with the government. They want to get the solution, but there's no framework for them to actually buy it. And then go through tendering and long process. It's a headache. And they're trying to work on this, and that will be a big game changer. So the answer to your question, no for us, because we started before. It's helping a little bit today, but it could help much more if there's a V2 of the Startup Act. So you have to do it right.
From my side, I went to Startup Act with my two companies. Even if I started before, but it wasn't a long time before, then I could benefit from it. And it was really helpful and supporting. but I think that it is a very good way to accelerate and to be comfortable in the model. But we have also to rely on other parts of the ecosystem and like going abroad, trying to play the relationships between ecosystems. I think regional or international ecosystems are very important. Then when you have a startup here in Tunisia, you have to think outside the borders and to try to go, to other countries and to export. I think it's key because, as Walid just said, the market is not very big and it's not easy to create local champions because the budgets are not easy to have. Then we have to think outside the borders, and I think it's also an opportunity. Then, yes, Startup Act was great, and we have to build on it and to go beyond.
Hi everyone, nice to meet you. Thank you for the presentation. I'm Ahmed Nuisser, I'm co-founder and CEO of iCompass. We are working with AI, NLP specialists on underrepresented language and dialects, African and Gulf dialects. So we are working on text and voice, and we are looking forward to pre-Series A, maybe Series A fundraising. But the first question asked from investors is, where will you put your HQ? So we want to stay in Tunisia, but we cannot today looking forward into expand our activities in Tunisia, tackling all MEA region. So maybe you have the answer, and thank you very much for presentation.
This is one of the legal, let's say, limits that we were talking about, and I think it is very important to change this legal framework in Tunisia in order to make things evolve, because it's a real limitation and it is leading more and more startups to put their HQs in other countries, which is, of course, not very good for the country. My recommendation would be to maybe go to again, I'm coming back to my point with the ecosystems, and either you can make partnerships with international companies that will support you in going international, or having it is possible to have your HQ here and having other offices in other countries, and then you can switch or find a way with the investors. Then you have to be innovative in the method so you can overcome this obstacle. That's what we did, by the way. We started here, then we switched to France, and now we changed the HQ to France. Then we are evolving in the model, and I think it is key to be agile and to keep your location here with the team and having the ability to grow up in Tunisia. But you are right, investors, international investors need us to be maybe more international, but Tunisia is also international. Then I think we have to push to make the regulatory framework evolve, and at the same time we have to adapt and to be more agile. This would be my answer. Walid?
Yeah, if you would like, our setup actually is straightforward. Our HQ is not in Tunisia, unfortunately. We started in Tunisia, but when we got investors, we incorporated in London. Again, this was before Startup Act, so Startup Act is trying to make it easier to have foreign entities to open foreign currency accounts, etc. And we even moved from Dubai to London because we also had an entity in Dubai. So when we raised funds, it wasn't in Dubai, it wasn't in Tunisia, it was in London. For many reasons, because we have, IP law, you have, a lot of stuff that we're still working on here in Tunisia. So if your investors are international, it would be better off make them confident by having the right jurisdiction. If you can attract them to Tunisia, that's even better. But let me be honest with you. I mean, here it's without filters. You will really struggle. Keep it up and try to influence and change things. But it's easier, like many did, raise outside, bring the funds here, create jobs here, etc., and keep lobbying until we manage to bring our HQs all here, maybe one day. So, but straight answer is our HQ is abroad, unfortunately.
Yeah. Hi, Naamin. I'm one of the guilty guys for this whole story. I'll take 30 seconds to say two things. One, a bit of context for Walid. Walid was enthused with the energy we started in 2016 for Startup Act. He was one of the 70 guys sitting in that room and said, I would like to make it here. We knew that it will take time. That's why the advice, go build yourself and come back. I would like to stress one point, the ecosystem, and this is where ecosystem builders like AfricArena is of crucial importance. Today, 5 years after that spark, we have a real ecosystem in Tunisia. However, and probably there are ecosystems everywhere, and by the way, I don't believe that there will be one single country who will be the place where all startup comes. It is all the continent where there will be startups everywhere. I have one advice: do not wait for regulator to change things to start using them. And specifically, I'm saying this to Walid and to all the startups here, when it is related to money transfer and regulation. Start use digital currency. Maybe one or two of you will go to prison, but you will. But the 700 startups in Tunisia will win, and the same alike of these guys in every country. Do not follow the law when it is related to digital currency, because the system is too rigid to change the law. So I would advise that I'll be one of the guys who will be able to do this. Sorry, alayya to be onto this. Money transfer will not change easily in any of your countries. Therefore, start using digital currency, and some of us will go to prison, so be it, but the rest will win, and that is how the legislation will change. I don't see any other ways, at least fast enough to grasp the opportunity of the moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
So be rebellious. That was one of my other points I didn't get into. Be rebellious. If you try to comply, it will not work, most likely. So be rebellious, but in a good way, And
try not to go to prison to avoid that. Okay, I think we are done.
No other questions? No questions? For sure? No? Okay. Ahmed, are you pitching later? Tomorrow. Tomorrow, okay. Because it's very interesting, startups with working on 9 different dialects, African dialects. Okay, so thank you. Allow me also to ask if you have questions for Mr. Alay Abtayeb. He's head of Smart Capital, and he was talking about the Tunisian Startup Act, maybe because we have African startups. He's here, he can answer. Actually, I encourage you to ask him questions, even from the Tunisian ecosystem. We have him here, he's willing to answer your questions. Anyone? Yes. We can send the mic. Oui, vous pouvez venir sur scène.
Hi, my name is Tiano Saho. I come from Senegal. The question I have is, do you think that the future unicorn, Tunisian unicorn, he will be more focused on like European market or sub-Saharan market? in your, like, what do you think?
Frankly speaking, I mean, whatever market they're targeting, I don't care a lot. The most important thing, we reach, after really creating 1,000 startups, to have one unicorn. Either, I mean, it's targeting, I mean, the European market or the American market or the African market. It doesn't matter. In fact, we are making a lot of efforts really to be able to coach the maximum, I mean, of the startups. Of course, what we are really observing today is that the startups, after really spending some time in Tunisia, they grow, and they cannot really find the possibility of raising money locally. They go abroad really to raise their funds. And this is why we encourage it. That's no problem. I mean, they became international. They raised funds internationally. And in fact, this is what the role we'd like really to play with ANAVA. With ANAVA, we have, in fact, 3 categories of funds. We have seed funds, we have early stage fund, and we have a later stage fund. So we would like really, with these funds in place, we'd like really to follow on, I mean, the growth of the startup and give it a chance really to grow locally. If they can raise, of course, money abroad, this is, of course, I consider it one of the success phase, I mean, of the startup really to grasp it and to take it in order really to go international. So there is no relations, frankly speaking, with the market the Licorn is really targeting.
Thank you. Thank you. Two questions here. Can we make it quick? So there's one there, and there's one in the front, maybe. Okay. To be honest, yeah, she raised first.
Thank
and
you.
Then you, and then Maxi again.
I'm Wafa Makhlouf. I'm the director of Seed Tunisia. Seed is an NGO. We worked a lot with 2 projects, FinTech, Catalyst, and Agritech now with Expertise France, Innovi. My question is about the role of your entity as a Startup Act, because we saw many barriers with public sector, with negotiating the projects. So with open innovation, it's difficult. We try to make the bridge between startups and the companies, and even with public sector, there is a lot of interest. But when it comes to the contractualization, there is a lot of barriers. So about that, if we can think together about making lobbying or making a project of law to help this kind of public sector companies or institutions making that happen. For example, iCompass is one of our beneficiaries in FinTech program, and we make some acrobacy to do it.
Yeah, thank you.
In fact, do you want us to take maybe, because there are 4 questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's take the other questions. Before the mic arrives to the next person, you can, if you are an SME or need to develop your digital, go to see her, because she has 1,000 free trainings with Facebook. So go to take advantage of all these free materials.
Khaled Awish from tuniscop.com. Is it an opportunity to have the past chairman of the board of Smart Capital, a new Minister of Economy, and the confirmation of the new Minister of Technology? Is it a way for you, for example, as Smart Capital, to do many things now?
Oh, yeah, okay. We'll answer
there were
later,
other 2 questions, one behind and one here, Maxi, and now they became 5.
Hi, I'm John from Lebanon. I'm an entrepreneur. Actually, I have a company called Everything with a K. We gamify life. That's what we do. So practically, I have a question coming from Lebanon. You mentioned the link between the revolution and the ecosystem. So I'm a little bit interested to know how, and actually I'm really inspired and astonished how things happened here, because I come from a generation in Lebanon that we call ourselves Mahzoumi Sawra, like people who believed in change, and change didn't happen. So how you link this from a revolution to a social appraisal into appraisal, is it English?
Yes,
I don't know. Okay, social appraisal into a whole ecosystem for startups. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so
We
much.
promised to have the two last
The
questions.
last
Please be
questions?
quick, yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm Liège from Tunisia. I have a question regarding innovation and frontier markets. It's actually two questions. First one is like how to deal with innovation when it challenges the actual establishment or the company already in place. And by definition, innovation is something new, something that we haven't seen before. So the legislator cannot see in the future what's going to happen. So the laws will be always obsolete. So how could we put a legal framework that will give to startup certain flexibility, at least, to go into markets like, for example, that Mr. Darmain board like are kind of illegal,
Yes.
or not existent. Thank you.
Thank you. Last question here, if you can do it quickly.
I see.
Okay. Thank you.
Quick one. What does version 2.0 of the Tunisian Startup Act look like?
Yeah, okay, that's a good question, yeah. In fact, we are thinking about it. Yeah, thank you so much. So probably I don't know if I will remember the question. So I start probably with Wafa. Of course, we are really facing the same struggle as yours, Wafa. So in fact, we how to say, we have this, these challenges really to be able really to reduce the how to say, the obstacles, with the administration. Today, for example, we have a very big challenge, with the central bank, for example, for the exchange law, in order really to ease, our transaction, from the fund to the fund to the startups, etc. So yes, we feel that. But in your case, in fact, we long ago, I don't know if I understood well, your question is probably to prepare, the Small Business Act, in order really to allow. Yeah, I know, but for startups, yes, this is what I mean. So we have the same. We are thinking of on the same issue. So yes, I agree with you. We lobby for that. Yeah, so it's. I will be with you too. So the second question, of course, with the nomination of, we have certainly in a gap. I don't know if, what is there. We have how to say a gap. In the administration, of course, but we are going. Very soon. They are going really to nominate somebody else. So this is no obstacle, no how to say constraint whatsoever, really to continue. The path of our work. We are really working. Beside the board of directors, we are really working with a lot of advisors. So around us. To set up. Our how to say policy, our strategy. In many things. So this is not matter. Whatsoever. For the question of from revolution to innovation, and of course this is how I explain, and many people really explain that after the revolution, the revolution gave the Tunisian the freedom to act, the freedom to think, the freedom to entreprendre. So, and this, of course, will reflect, later, after a while, on the initiatives taken by young and less young, entrepreneurs, or to really, to set up, the. Of course, we didn't make, we don't have scientific data or survey done especially for that. To see if there is a link between the revolution, but it's visible that most of the people, essentially the young generation, as the minister said in his speech, the people are really knocking less and less on the doors of the public institution, and more taking really their initiatives to create the startup. And the Startup Act is really a catalyst to give the chance for whoever is really willing to go into this adventure, really to have all the support, the backing, even financial backing. In fact, I didn't went to the details of the thing, but the labelization is really giving a lot of financial support. For the entrepreneurs to be able during this 1 year first, and then the second 2 years period, can really live comfortably and concentrate on his business. So For the question of the innovation, I think. Please remind me of the question. I forgot. I'm sorry. I will get back to you.
So the question really is like how to give the field for startups and innovation to thrive when they are challenging actual corporations like establishment. And they're creating, they want to create disruptions.
Currency exchange.
No, currency exchange is like one of the many fields, but like how to give the field for startups to thrive when their innovation will create disruption in the market. Disruption that will challenge, for example, big corporation.
In fact, very few cases, I mean, really happening, I mean, in the liberalization, and I think the college is really giving a chance, an excellent chance, I mean, for those who are really creating and disruptive, and give them the possibility of liberalization to be able really to get, I mean, all the advantage to be able to develop locally and also go internationally if the possibility of the disruptive technology cannot really have its chance for development, I mean, locally. So all the means given, I mean, by the Startup Act, essentially through the, I mean, the investment in foreign currency is really giving them the chance really to grow either locally or internationally. In the system of liberalization, we also are we are really taking charge of all the expenses of really protecting, I mean, the technology. At least this kind of measure exists in order really to help, I mean, the startup get really protected and go to the Startup Act 2.0. Yes, we are at capital. We are really thinking about it very seriously. I mean, in order probably in April next year, I mean, during the 3rd anniversary of the Startup Act, probably, and together the worries of the entrepreneurs in order really to take them into consideration, called the Startup Act 2.0. And thank you very much for your concern. Yeah. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you, Mr. Alaïb Taïb. So now we go next for a keynote. Christophe Viarno again for the keynote. So we have been talking about how to create some tech companies more investable. Later we're going to be talking how to connect all these created companies and ecosystems. But first let's discuss how to let's say scaling up a business, building a market within the African continent. So I guess I have, again, a few seconds. There's a nice story that we could tell, Christophe, by the way, that was born in the unconference of Cape Town 2 years ago.
Sure. Go for it.
You're supposed to say. Story. So, Maxi, you said you're a champion of Startup Act. There's an interesting thing. Actually, it's a kind of a secret, not a big secret, but we were there in Cape Town for the unconference 2 years ago, and I was there, and there was Boutaina Ben Yarlen, who was at the head of CDC, and there was Keith from Knife Capital, and during an interview I was having with him, he was so interested. I was telling him that there is this thing called Startup Act in Tunisia, and I told him this could be inspiring for you in South Africa. And that night, he had a talk with Boutaina Ben Yarlen and with Christophe, because Christophe, you don't know, he's an investor in Tunisia. He has a company in Tunisia also. And we told him everything about the Tunisian Startup Act with Mrs. Boutaina, and we even called the minister back then, il faut rendre à César ce qui est à César, it was Anwar Marouf, and he had a call with him the same night at the unconference. So this is to show what AfricArena is doing today with its unconference, and this is how somehow we can say, Christophe, that the South Africa Startup Act started that night, I think.
Yeah, and thanks to the effort made in Tunisia. So,
yes.
In fact, I'm just going to talk about and give you some data on the state of tech in Africa. So you might know that AfricArena has a research unit. So we produce a report every year called State of Tech in Africa at the beginning of the year. It's both a qualitative and quantitative analysis. So it provides numbers on the deals made on the continent. And we run about 60 interviews of investors and founders to get the story behind the numbers. So maybe starting with some numbers and a regional comparison. This is the VC market for the tech sector in the world. So the amount of deals and the amount of money invested in these deals. This is the 2020 numbers. So obviously what is striking here, as you can see, is that Africa, which scored $1.4 billion last year on 359 deals. These are deals above $200,000, by the way. Remains a very small portion of the global pie. I mean, you can see North America over $130 billion, Europe over $33 billion, Asia $87 billion. So we are still a very small portion of the global pie. If you look at the breakdown of these numbers per country, clearly you have 4 big countries that dominate: Egypt, South Africa, Nigeria, and Kenya. And then, you know, it quickly it dwindles down. If you look at Tunisia, we had $7 million of deals above that amount last year. If you look at the number of equity rounds, it's a similar number. So those 4 countries, they attract over 75% of the VC capital available on the continent. It's clearly a problem. If we unpack the models of this country, and maybe it's interesting for Tunisia to define its own model. You know, it's striking to see that these 4 countries each have a different model. They built their competitive edge on something different. Nigeria really built it on its link to the diaspora in the US. So Nigerian diaspora in the US, the angel investing has been heavily investing in Nigerian company, whether they are incorporated in Nigeria or in the US, in Delaware. And that has been a very key factor in funding the early stage sector in Nigeria, which is critical to building an ecosystem, and I'm going to go back there now. The second thing is that because of that, they were able to forge relationship with the likes of Y Combinator. So 50% of Y Combinator cohort are actually coming from Nigeria for the African group, 50%. So when you know how powerful Y Combinator is in terms of domino effect to raise VC capital, this has been absolutely crucial to ensure that you would have investment from VC firms coming through Y Combinator in the US from Nigeria. So I think, you know, Tunisia, how many Tunisian startups have gone through Y Combinator? Not a lot. North Africa, the same. The third factor is the fact that corporates have invested quite rapidly because of these previous 2 elements I've mentioned, starting in the fintech sector. So companies like Visa, MasterCard, Stripe made early investment in companies like Flutterwave and Paystack, which then subsequently became unicorns. And the last factor is that you have local VC that are becoming quite at scale. Eco VC, Nigerian firm, really doing some great deals now across the continent. A founder, Ainuwala Aboyeji, who founded both Flutterwave and Dela, started Future Africa, which is really trying to address the early stage model. In Egypt, they really relied on very strong academia, so lots of 30,000 engineer graduates coming out every year of the university system, and a very dynamic angel community, which again was able to fund the early stage entrepreneurs coming out of university, and university put together some very strong university incubation program, and that in turn attracted global investors like 500 Global, IFC, or STV, Middle East investors. So their model was really to build on Middle East investors, strong academia, and really bring in some big players pretty quickly on. In Kenya, different model. Clearly, you know, the success of M-Pesa and digitalization of the fintech sector, combined with the fact that the source of inspiration from everything that's been said previously, really focused on getting Kenya up the ranking in ease of doing business. You know, making sure it would be easy to set up and incorporate a company, easy to set up a company even if you're not Kenyan. So they attracted a lot of foreign talent. Even some people are complaining there are more expats building startups in Kenya than Kenyans. But it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, you're creating a strong ecosystem that in turn bring investors. So we have a combination of global investors and local investors like Novastar that's seated in Kenya. They made it easy for investors to establish shop in Kenya. So, you know, I think Tunisia is really following that course to me. So if you combine that with maybe bridging the early stage gap, you're onto something. And South Africa, the oldest and most mature ecosystem, also has strong academia, 3 of the top 10 African universities in South Africa. A lot of experienced VC coming out of the private equity sector, and a lot of corporates, which is the difference with the rest of the continent. You have very strong corporate VC activity and increasingly buying startups to innovate rather than innovate from the inside. There was a lot of deals last year coming out of corporates, and of course we have Naspers, which is a very large corporate investing in startups all over the world that is now increasingly investing in South Africa. Yet South Africa has a very regressive regulation. We probably have the worst exchange control, both in terms of capital and IP, and that's one of the things that Matsi and the team, following the inspiration from Tunisia, is working on. An interesting data that came out of our report, which by the way is available for free on AfricArena.com in the Wired section, you can download it, is the GDP per capita sector. So if you look at the ratio of the VC investment compared to GDP per capita, you have clearly countries like Kenya that are standing out. If you compare that to what's going on in the US is successful because they have a high ratio of VC investment per capita compared to GDP. If you were looking at Tunisia, it's probably extremely small, $7 million compared to the GDP, even worse in terms of ratio compared to the big ecosystem. So you just have to channel more money to support the entrepreneurs, whatever it takes. Yeah, because you have a lot of smaller deals, but in terms of over 200K, yes. Whether it's 20 or 7, it's still not enough, right? So yet, the ecosystem is growing. You see the investment. When we started AfricArena, we were in the $300 million. We peaked at 1.9 in 2019 and did 1.4 in 2020. What's really interesting is, if you think about it, it takes really a village to raise a child. It really takes an ecosystem to build successful startups. It starts with solving the early stage financing gap. So in an entrepreneurial journey, you start from your ideation and concept. There's lots of potential way that you can get funded. We were with a founder yesterday that was telling us the story that he couldn't raise funding initially, so he just bootstrapped the company. And actually, some of our best success stories on the companies were actually companies that focused on bootstrapping and raising money from their clients because it would just take too much time to raise money from investors. So that is an option. But we also have increasingly now, and I think that's what's remarkable in what has been described with smart capital, or what South Africa is trying to do with the SASME fund, is putting in place more public sector funding and grant support. So the Startup Tunisia effort, the label with the grants that you provide, smart capital now investing in startups, that is playing a crucial role so that you can get started. In France, did the same thing a few years ago with the Bourse French Tech, 30,000 euro for any tech company that would start. And it really changed completely the scenery, but it took quite a number of years. The other aspect of this is it's not just about the money, it's also about the skills and the coaching and the mentoring. Incubators and accelerators play a crucial role. So you have Flat Six Labs, for example, here in Tunisia. You just need more of these programs, probably more global programs like Startup Bootcamp, Founders Factory, some of the programs we're developing in South Africa that actually take a geographical approach to the whole continent. You need to attract them here. We have people from from Senegal in the room. They've just signed a deal with Startup Bootcamp. We work with them to do AfricArena in West Africa. Attracting people from the other countries in the ecosystem and foreigners is crucial to build the bridges and just have a snowball effect on your entire ecosystem. Because out of all the class of investment that is available, VC is really going to come in from Series A onwards. Before there, you're really going to rely on a combination of angel investing, seed investor, incubators, and accelerators, and you just need to maximize the benefit of that, and we just don't have enough in North Africa. So angel investing is key, and it's really key because it's fast. It doesn't really come with lots of strings attached. If you pick a great angel, it's going to come with coaching, mentoring, and networking. And angel investing, they invest their own money. Venture capital, they manage third-party money. So obviously they have a mandate, they need to produce return. An angel also wants to produce return, but he's really doing that most of the case out of passion and wanting to get involved in the ecosystem. So you need to develop both those classes of investors, bearing in mind that without angel investing and seed investment, you will not create the startups where the VC industry can come in. So one of the issues we have in North Africa is we don't have enough pipeline of investable company for the VC industry to come at scale, invest in the region. So the focus, I think, from what has been described in the speech earlier, is absolutely right. But it's just going to take a lot of time. You know, Startup Act was a building block. Clearly you need a 2.0 version or whatever you call it to remove exchange control because your fintech sector cannot innovate. Otherwise, it's going to go the blockchain route or the other more aggressive methods, or founders are just going to incorporate somewhere else. It's so easy now to set up a company in Hong Kong or in the Netherlands or in the US, and that's probably to the detriment of them becoming future angel investors. They might invest in Amsterdam or Hong Kong instead of back in their country. So all to say that if you look at the funding landscape, it's actually quite a diversified structure. And really in North Africa, we have a concentration of seed and pre-series A startup. And we have a handful of angel investors and local program. And so it's really where we feel the priority should be, so that we can assist the entrepreneurs in their journey and support them. Right now, at the continental level, the situation you have is that instead of having an equilibrium between supply and demand of money, you really have a reduced offering on the angel side. It's true in Morocco, in Egypt, less so now in Tunisia. And so you actually have a very small number of seed investors available and a lot of entrepreneurs that are needing to raise. Some will eventually raise, some will bootstrap and be successful. We had a great startup talking yesterday at our own conference. Some will unfortunately not be able to make it because not getting the funding they need. That will result in, for later stage funding, less available startups to invest in. So in turn, it will attract less investors in the region. If you think back of what I presented of the Nigerian model, they cracked it, really working on those 3-4 priorities. Kenya really made it attractive, ease of doing business. Well, they just find a way to attract those investors and those entrepreneurs, which in turn attracts other investors. So you have to have an ecosystem mindset. What is exciting about Tunisia and North Africa is we're starting to see that thinking. So if you look at what it should be really, that is the numbers at a continental level. Something interesting happened last year. The global pie reduced drastically because of COVID. A lot of big deals in Series B and growth didn't happen. They were delayed. But actually, there was an increase. So the overall pie went from 2 billion to 1.4 billion. But the number of seed deals increased dramatically by over 50%. So actually, there was more seed deals done on the continent, actually more deals done in those 4 big countries I've mentioned, and in Tunisia, for example, with the types of intervention you're doing. So that is a good sign. And where we are really optimistic is that if we're looking at it from a trend perspective, this year we have just passed the $3 billion mark. So at Africa level, the amount of money raised by startups in the tech sector from the VC and angel investment is over twice as large as last year. And the trend is continuing, so we have much more large deals now again. You've seen we now have 10 unicorns on the continent, but there's also a continued increase in the seed deals. Yet, if you go back to the initial slide I showed, we are still less than 1% of the world VC attraction. 1% for 54 countries, 1.3 billion people. That means barely a couple dollars per habitant that goes in funding VC and the future companies that will create the job of tomorrow. So what are the potential solutions? We need more local investors. It is crucial to develop local investment. The angel investors, they are not, you're not going to find them in San Francisco easily. They're going to most likely come from your country, your city, your region, than they will come from another part of the continent or somewhere else. You need local fund manager to co-invest with international VC that will come in there. This is why Kenya with the likes of Novastar, or Nigeria with Future Africa, or EcoVC, or South Africa with 40i NAV Capital have been successful. They've built a class of local VC that are really empowered, that know the territory, and that will attract more co-investors to invest with them. So that is essential. The other thing we need is more acquisition, more returns. To produce success stories is essential. So this is the example of South Africa. Just last year, we had 4 major exits of long time coming startups that were, some of them, you know, started with bootstrapped or very limited angel investors that were acquired by corporates at relatively interesting prices. So this produces success stories, it produces return for the investors, the money gets reinvested, the success stories will attract new investors in the geography, and this is how we are going to continue to accelerate and hopefully get above attracting more than 1%. So producing successful returns and successful exit is critical, and it's also essential to create the next class of angel investors, the founders, that in turn are going to become investors, again investing. Again, the example of Ainuola Aboyeji from Future Africa. The guy created 2 unicorns. He's now basically running a rolling fund, and he's doing deals every week, investing in small tickets, $30,000 to $100,000. But he's doing volume, and he's making a huge impact. So the second thing we need is education and reduce friction. So together with over 60 organizations, back in 2019, the story that Wassim was telling, we decided to create an alliance called Digital Collective Africa, which is an alliance of founders organizations across the continent and VC organization and ecosystem builder to work on producing open source resources to do deals. Term sheet, due diligence checklist, safe notes, ASAP, list of investors, and so forth. It's critical because producing standards that can be used and adapted in different countries, but that are free and openly accessible, just set a standards for best practice. Working together on policy advocacy, the discussion we had on Startup Acts, it's not an isolated story. You know, so Africa is trying to break the barriers of trade between countries, where we also need to work on money transfer issue and some regulation to just be on par with best-in-class countries. Otherwise, we're just losing out to the Europeans or the US. So I encourage you to visit Digital Collective Africa and just join this alliance. What you get is what you give, and there's lots of resources there, and it's a huge network. We had an unconference yesterday with about 30 investors, and it was really great to come up with action plan to get this ecosystem integrated in the dynamics. Third element, more incentive, tax support, government support. So I think what Tunisia is doing is really world-class, and it just has to continue and intensify. It would be great to see similar approaches in other North African countries. Even a country like Egypt needs more progressive regulation in some areas. But, you know, tax breaks and investor benefits is really important, especially for angel to take the risk. And reducing the cost of capital. You know, reducing the cost of capital can be done. A fund of fund can, for example, do first loss, take first loss into their mandate. They can provide a minimum management fee to raise capital, and in turn passing it on to other partners. And this is quite critical. So working with institutions like the World Bank and others to get that lower risk cost of capital is critical, because actually it's quite interesting to see that some founders resort to debt at double-digit interest rates sometimes because they cannot raise money. And it's sometimes cheaper than VC, but you know, when you see startups paying 15 to 20% interest rate, you're like, you know, it would be really better if they're getting a deal at a lower cost of capital. And then attracting foreign capital. 71% startup funding in Nigeria last year came from foreign investment. So, you know, the ratio is similar at the continental level. So if you don't have this ratio in your ecosystem, you know, something big is missing. As I said, it's like building the ecosystem to produce the startups that will attract foreign investment. You need to do the early stage investment, and that's really a local issue, which is why I think what's happening in Tunisia or Senegal is quite remarkable in terms of what the local ecosystem is busy building. So to recap, AfricArena, Africa is the next frontier of this investment. Everybody's talking about it. But if you look at the numbers, in spite of the fact it's growing, it's doubling year on year, great, but it's doubling almost at a global level. We're still below 1% of global VC funding. So marginally, we're not progressing that much, and it's insufficient to meet demands. We probably need at least 5 to 10 times that amount of money to really fulfill the demand and create the pipeline for more investable companies, more Series B and growth startup. So the key points is create more success stories and returns through acquisition, exit, and deal making. More education of investors and founders using open standard and open source resources, such as the one developed by Digital Collective Africa. Create more tax incentive, fund-of-fund structure to ensure that you have really a local booster, helping also to create a generation of local fund manager that are going to invest alongside international fund manager later down the road. Reduce the cost of capital, critical in some jurisdiction. Attract foreign investment, that's going to help, obviously. And, probably as an enabler, ensure your regulation doesn't work against us in terms of talent, in terms of money transfer, in terms of IP, ensure that government at least provides the enablement for the entrepreneurs to take the risk and really turn that into jobs and value creation. So these are really the key points from our research, and how we think that these are the key criteria for developing an ecosystem. And I'll stop right there and see if there's any question from any of you. And obviously, we have more data available if you want, and this presentation will be shared after this event. Any questions from anyone in the room? Thank you. Yeah.
Hi. Thank you for the presentation. I enjoyed every bit of it. I'm still a bit hungry in terms of
angry or hungry?
Hungry.
Okay.
For how do you think how to you encourage on having angel investors? Basically, money is not enough to become an angel investor. So, in your point of view, what to do or how to put in place to have a community of angel investors, or to encourage that?
Yeah. So. I think yesterday we had a great discussion on that topic. If you look at what people do with their money, there is money in every country in this region. Probably the amount of money that goes in the tech sector is a few million dinars in terms of angel investing. So it means that the money of people who have the capacity to invest is going somewhere else. Why do you think that is? It's because from a storytelling point of view, there is probably still work to be done in saying we have success stories. Here are our best entrepreneurs. Let's showcase them. This is why we're doing events like this, so people can attend these events, see that, wow, there's fantastic guys here. Let me invest in them. I think if I compare to the ecosystem where I come from, South Africa, we were there just a few years ago. We didn't have yet any success stories. Angel investing was just an embryo. And it just took time. But then suddenly it started to snowball because we started to have great success stories, great exits, great deals, and also the sort of FOMO effect that people say, well, if I don't invest now in this Tunisian tech ecosystem, I'm going to miss a big opportunity to produce return in a few years. But you've got to understand that the returns are coming. You've got to be confident that they're coming. And I think maybe more work can be done in this region to talk about that, have the media covering it, have this great team that you have in the ecosystem development, just having more resources to tell the stories. I think the talent is here. Definitely, I've seen it in Tunisia and Morocco, in Egypt. The talent is here. Egypt was not so different than Tunisia 5-6 years ago. It took a bunch of angels who said, let's structure the approach. Some of them were founders. So, back to you. You're a founder, right? So, would you invest in a startup when you have 30,000 dinar or 50,000 dinar available? When would you be ready to do that? Because I think at some point it's quite important, and entrepreneurs invest in other entrepreneurs quite quickly. So
they just need to make the exit in order to be able to invest in other
and maybe
founders.
have the tax incentive to do so. You know, this is where I mentioned a tax incentive or some form of a break that you can get a benefit for taking the risk. You know, creating tech sector in Tunisia has tremendous value over the long term for the country. There's no question. But that risk taking from the angel investors must be rewarded in some way. And it changed the mindset of, rather than sending our kids to, you know, maybe, you know, working in banks or very protected environments, just celebrate entrepreneurship and how great it is to create a company, take the risk, maybe fail, but try again and succeed in the end. So, you know, again, this is where the founders need to work together to develop that culture of failures is necessary to produce success. You learn more from failures from success. And that's it. So, you know, I think it's not just looking at the government is not going to solve the issue alone. The ecosystem must do. And I think in Tunisia, it's incredible what I've seen just over the last 3 years. So you're part of this.
Sorry, I don't want to hold the mic too often, but
you are.
Just to make...
Go for it, go for it.
Yeah, but talent is here, there's no doubt about it. Money is here. Celebration is here as well. But then the money on the table is not here. So if I understand you well, they need to be like... incentive, like tax incentive in order to have like more angel investment. This is it.
Yeah, and also, you know, I don't think the day is very far that you're going to have a Tunisian startup doing an exit or a big Series B deal. I mean, there was a couple of them yesterday in the room, and those guys, they're going to give back. You know, I think they're going to have a halo effect, and they're going to invest back in the ecosystem. I'm confident of that, and that's going to be, but it takes time. It takes time. You know, you can't just expect it to. So you are on the right track. It takes time. Look at Egypt, look at South Africa, look at Nigeria, where those countries were just less than 7 years ago. So yeah, I think we've seen from the speech before, everything is being done to create the lever. Maybe it would be better if it goes faster, but you know, the investors now are looking at Africa. And I think you're going to see a sharp rise in the deal making in Tunisia and North Africa in the next few years. But if you want to go faster than that, just boost angel investment, seed investment. So everything we've heard this morning is just positive news. And let's support these guys because, you know, what they're doing is really tough. So please produce the success for them. That's my message. Yeah. Any other questions? We break there? Sorry? Yeah?
Please do not forget the critical mass effects. Startups about customers, Tunisia is 10 million, Algeria 35 million, etc. However, Egypt is 130 million. So it is, let's not beat ourselves too much. However, per capita, we are doing great, but not as we should be, hence the Maghreb investment in one region, which is the Maghreb, where business angels are coming together with startups and startups enabler in order to invest. And investing the best business angels to come. They are not yet here. We started to have a couple of those in Libya and in Tunisia. Are the family offices where they, you know, they have their industry, they have their farms, etc., and started to look at this scene. When you tell them, I'll give you a real example. I invested in 14 startups. 6 are died. 8 are still alive. The total value invested does not buy me a small flat in this area. The current value, real value of the startups after 4 years may buy a building if the exit is today. So when they see these numbers, and these people are more into, in our countries, into buildings, into farms, into industry, which is all good, when you show them these return, as Christophe say, that's where they will be interested, and we started to see a couple of those. We just need to keep pushing.
Yeah, and I just want to say this, you know, there are more and more seed investors present, like really large, you know, fund, 15 to 25 million, so it's large enough, that are now just focusing on seed. Launch Africa is here, okay? They've started less than 2 years ago. They do tickets up to 250K, standardized safe note. They do deals every week. Future Africa, the same. Go speak to them. They invest in North African companies. You bring that money here, it will have the snowball effect. So it's also on you, the entrepreneurs, to go get the money from the right investors, and organizations like DC are here to help you, point you in the right direction, but it's available, the capital is there. It needs to find its way to you. So go speak to those guys, I think it will help as well. And the last thing I want to say is that the story about the regulation and stuff, I've mentioned it, it's critical. It's going to take years, like Newman says, to produce further results. Hack it. It doesn't matter where you incorporate in the end. Just raise the money, scale, get the exit out. You'll still be a Tunisian success story. But don't wait for the government to change all the laws to just do what you dream about. Just execute on it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Christian. On peut l'applaudir. Thank you very much. Okay, so before going to lunch, we're gonna have this panel. So I'm gonna ask the panelists to join me here. We're gonna install your chairs, so that will leave me a few seconds to introduce them. I will start with Houda Rozi. Houda Rozi is the head and co-founder of OST, Open Startup Tunisia, which is a competition, a very famous competition here. It's also built in partnership with Columbia University in New York. Houda, we're very happy to have you here. Next, I'm gonna call Douja Gharbi. Douja Gharbi has 20 years experience in entrepreneurship. If I haven't read this on her CV, I wouldn't believe it. Seeing her, 20 years of experience. So Douja, is it true, 20 years of experience? So today she's head of Red Start Incubator, a very famous program also in Tunisia. And Aziza Noubli is going to be moderating this panel. She's head of the project Investi Euroequity. Okay, and I think we'll need another chair. And we're going to welcome from Egypt, Moheb, Amal League from the Egyptian startup Amal League. He'll be joining us for this panel. Yeah, it's better if we have another chair for the moderator. And after that, we'll have the lunch, and we come back this afternoon for more panels. Our next panels after that will be the path to accelerating investment in Africa, what the rest of the world could learn from Tunisia and North Africa. Talking about North Africa, I'll leave you to Aziza for this panel that will try to discuss how to build bridges within North Africa. The floor is yours. You need this.
Thank you so much, Wassim. Thank you. Hello, everyone. So before we start, I would like to quickly introduce myself. So I am Aziza. I am the project manager of Investi, a project that is supported by the European Union through Expertise France as part of EU for Innovation project, and it is operated by Tunisian startups. So today I'm very glad to be here at AfricArena, North Africa Summit, for the first time in Tunisia, and also very glad to have such a great panel. So please let me introduce you our three panelists for today. I will start with Madame Douja Gharbi, who holds many titles. One of them is being the co-founder of Red Start Tunisia, which is an accelerator for startups. And also, she co-founded the first Tunisian women business angel network in Tunisia, which is Damia. She has other titles, but for today, she will represent mainly Damia and Red Start. And then we will have Mrs. Houda Rozi. Also, she holds many titles. One of them is being the co-founder of Open Startup Tunisia, and now maybe it's more of Open Startup International, I guess. We will discuss about it later. And also, she's managing the program BRAIN, and maybe I will let them after introduce themselves even more. And last but not least, we will have with us Moheb, who is representing an Egyptian startup called the MN League, an insure tech startup, right? So thank you so much for joining us. And today we will speak about the importance of building bridges within the North African ecosystem. So maybe we will kickstart with the first question to better understand how it's happening today when it comes to bridges. So today, can we talk about synergies and connection within the North African ecosystem? I'd like to hear each one of you on this topic. So maybe Duja, can we start with you? It's not working. I will give you my mic. Great.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here with you today with the AfricArena conference. Thank you, Aziza, for the introduction. Yes, we say more so. Yes, I have more than 20 years of experience in entrepreneurship, and I came finally to the acceleration services because in the same time I launched companies, but also I was working a lot with United Nations from the beginning, from 50 years ago, on coaching of entrepreneurs, accompaniment, access to finance and access to market. And I was like, I wanted to put all my network, all my knowledge, and what all my experience in to help Tunisian entrepreneurs to go forward. And this is how I came to launch Let's Start Tunisia. Thank you for the question. Yes, it's very important to be connected because I was talking about access to finance and access to market, and this is the main, let's say, issues or challenges of entrepreneurs and startups. So, and we are in the very small country, so we need to expand and to go internationally. And I think as a member of the ecosystem and as an NSSO, we need to be connected to outside Tunisia to help our entrepreneurs to go internationally and to grow and at least to export and to have like clients, and we will come to the cross-border investment you are looking for, but it's not easy, you know that it's something we have to work on it and to construct trust between investors and to give more confidence to push them to invest in our countries, because when I talk with investors, they say yes, we are actually even business angels. Yes, we are looking in our country for a good project, and we are not still ready to go forward. So we know we need to work on that, and we need to make awareness that opportunity is there, because when they invest in a startup in Tunisia, they are like themselves a bridge for them to go international. So connection between all the actors dealing with access to finance and access to market is very important. So actually with Let's Start, we have partners, co-founder in France, at Paris, and they are we are working together, like to let them support entrepreneurs, Tunisian entrepreneurs who want to go to Europe, and we try to help European or French entrepreneurs who want to come to Tunisia and to Africa. So this is very important. I have also other connection. Particularly, we are talking about North Africa here. So I have a partner in Morocco, a partner in Algeria, and we are together trying to connect entrepreneurs and to let them work together and discover the other opportunity in the countries.
Yes, we will talk further about this point, the fact that you, through Red Start, you have connections with and partners with other North African countries. Thank you, Duja. So today, how would you describe the current synergy between the North African ecosystems?
Okay, thank you. So maybe just if we step back for a second and look at North Africa. Most countries, so if you take the 5 big ones, starting off with Algeria, then going to Morocco, then Libya, Tunisia, and Egypt. It's 2 million people. 2 million people that have the same language, enter under the same religion. There are differences in culture, clearly, but there are some also trends in their politics that look alike. So there were some bases that could explain synergies. So I'm going to ask a question. How many people in this audience are from Morocco, Algeria, Egypt, or Libya? Can you raise your hands? So for a conference that is supposed to bring along North African people, there is a real question about what are we doing here? Are we doing a conference for Tunisians, again, looking at each other who know each other? So the point is, if we're not able to do that, there are reasons. And the reasons are very simply, look at it. I mean, there are no startups, maybe less than 5, that go in Egypt, Morocco, Libya, from those countries. There are no talent exchange. Nothing. You don't have VCs that go a lot across the countries in North Africa. North Africa has less than 10% of the total investment of Africa, 8% to be precise. Half of it or more going exclusively to Egypt. When our countries, we decide to go to Africa, or decide to go international, we raise our head up to Europe or down to sub-Saharan Africa. We never look left or right. What are the reasons for that? Of course, you might tell me political. Of course. Look at what's happening yesterday. The president of Algeria, war declaration in a way. How can we talk about, let's be pragmatic here. It's not working. If you look at other countries, Egypt and Tunisia, Libya and Tunisia, humanitarian type of exchange. We do not see each other as economic business opportunities. We see all the constraints that each country is trying to face, all the hurdles. So why would I go to Algeria? Well, I'm already dealing with all my issues in Tunisia. Why would I go to Libya if I'm already having all my problems there in Algeria? So it's not sexy enough. And in a way, this looks a bit like neighborhood. So the reason there's also the jealousy neighborhood. Who has the biggest car, the nicest wife, the most successful kids? But in reality, who are the ones who exchange? The kids of the neighbors. They are the ones who play in the neighborhood. They do not see why people are disputing and why their parents are not talking to each other. So my real question here is, where are youth in this audience? Because these youth are the ones who are going to make the future. They are the ones who accept to go beyond every political aspect that's not working. And if you look at public policy, it's not going to happen. So as you said, you have to hack the system, yes. So the private sector is the one who's going to make it happen. And to be more precise, the ones who have nothing to lose, which are youth. They're courageous, they're brave, they want to chit-chat, they're already TikToking, Instagramming. So for them, going beyond boundaries makes sense. What investment is made to make sure that our youth, who are tomorrow's decision makers, tomorrow's policy makers, tomorrow's businessmen, what are they doing together today in Tunisia?
This is why Open Startup Tunisia makes a lot of sense in this way. So thank you so much, Houde. Maybe later we will elaborate more about... thank you again. So now I will move to Moheb, representing Egypt. So we have more representation of the North African ecosystems. You are an entrepreneur and you have a startup called Amen Leak, specialized in the InsurTech. So maybe if you could tell us more about your solution, and then maybe I will ask you a question more into building bridges and your intentions to expand maybe in more North African countries. So tell us more about MND.
Hi everyone, I'm super delighted to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me. So what we do basically is, I used to be a traditional insurance broker. I used to sell insurance over cold calls. And we found out, like me and my team, we were insurance brokers, and we found Amen Leak. Only 1% of the Egyptian society was getting insurance from us, the top 1%, and it took them 3 weeks to get their cards and to enroll in the insurance. So it just made sense. But I would have to agree with like Houde and Nauman when they said like the public policy is not going to change, because this is exactly what happened to us. So last year, as insurance brokers, we had access to the insurance companies and the data. So we just put the data online in a comparison tool on the website, not licensed, nothing. And we got approached by the regulator, and it was a big deal, and we almost went to jail, but at the end we got an approval, because there is no like law or something, but we got like a written approval to keep on, to tweak the website a little bit, and but we got the blessings. Yeah, so I mean, there are issues, because like we do double taxation right now, because like there is no law. We just got an approval and nobody thought through like how the process would work, but it's working. Yeah.
So could you tell us more about the Egyptian startup ecosystem in terms, maybe let's talk more and more specifically about the investment scene in Egypt. We know that you are more active than Tunisia when it comes to angel investing and active local VCs. So how did that contribute to leverage the growth of Egyptian startups, speaking of Amen League and your experience in terms of fundraising?
Yeah, so we always, like in Egypt and Aman League, we unfortunately the insurance penetration is less than 1%. So we don't have a lot of insurance technology companies. But we always like look at Kenya or Policy Bazaar in India. They do pretty much what we do, and they're more advanced than Ministry of International Cooperation in Egypt, and the private equity is just a private company. Other than this, we've always seen around. I have a feeling that there is like, people are waiting for someone to lead around, and then like everyone else is going to follow. But nobody wants to take the blame for, take the lead to lead around. So I think this is the main issue with us in Egypt.
Thank you, Moheb. So maybe in order to wrap up around the first point we have discussed, so in ecosystems could help, to which extent could it help to leverage the growth of the North African startups, according to you? How is it important? Why are we talking today about the importance of building bridges? How could that help?
I think the market size is what makes it happen, but also because the talent exchange, funding exchange, building on best practices. So Eastern Africa has its common market, Western Africa has its common market. Why not North Africa? So I think in terms of synergies, the answer is clearly, I mean, it's the only survival, and it's easier than going to the US probably or to Europe normally.
Do you want to add something, Gudruja?
Yeah, I think it's the side of the market, because which country alone will is not attractive for international, other countries. I mean, Europe, when we deal as a group of countries, I mean, as regional, together, I mean, we are more attractive for Europe, for United States, all the other countries. So attractivity is here. We need to work together and to have like a common offer for international communities.
Maybe develop a brand for the North African ecosystem. Yes. Maybe. Yes, exactly. So I'm getting back to you, Houday, to ask you more about Open Startup Tunisia. So what was the trigger for you as a Tunisian woman, like to launch Open Startup Tunisia? What was the trigger?
So I'll probably, so the trigger was creating an incubator, which is not a competition anymore, by the way. OST is an incubator, a pre-incubator to be precise, for youth. And I'm sure that many of you are smiling, saying, hey, youth, I'm sure they're not doing anything. So 15 startups have been created by students in Tunisia. 10 of them have been able to raise funds. Many are in international incubators, accelerators in France, in the US. And particularly, they are a great way to create employability, because youth who go through these types of programs, even if they end up failing, they become great employees. The trigger was to create something where students from cross-discipline could work together. But more, tell you the story. When we wanted to go international, we went knocking on the doors of so many countries, and everyone was looking at us saying no. And then we tried to understand, and our Moroccan neighbors were saying, I mean, you're Tunisian, why would you go? I mean, us, Morocco, we can do 10 times better, in a way. So it took us a year. We went to the US, and we incorporated in the US. And we changed the narrative. We said, hey,
We are an American NGO. We started off to test the pilot in Tunisia, and now we're coming to Morocco, and the gate opened. So this might seem, I mean, this is the reality of our market. So you need to find ways, and it's fine. And now we have great partners in Morocco, very happy, and we are, I mean, we're starting off our activities in Jordan this year. So there are ways. You have to hack the system. You have to understand what are the limits, and essentially you have to believe that the regional platform is our only way out. You cannot deal with people who are 40 and 50 and 60 years old. You have to prepare those who are 20, 30 years old, because they are the ones who are open the black box. It's easy to go to another country. It's like you have to feel comfortable. And if you give the experience to someone, that someone will create linkages, will have friends, will have soft landing, will call friends in Egypt to say, hey, I'm coming over, and will create business. So the recipe is not that difficult.
So after Morocco, are you thinking of expanding to more North African ecosystems, maybe Algeria?
Of course. We are talking with Libya, we're talking with Algeria, we're starting off and seeing what we can do in Egypt, so absolutely, yes.
Awesome. Great, thank you, Hude. So getting back to Moheb from Aman League. So as an entrepreneur, and in every startup, it's very important to raise funds, etc., and to expand to more countries. So is the North African market exciting to Aman League? Are you thinking about expanding maybe in Tunisia, in other North African countries?
So fintech is a highly regulated industry anywhere. So it would take us, like in Egypt, for example, it took us several months to get an approval. So for us, expansion would mean like applying to a license in the country that we want to expand to, and just wait and see how it works over there. The software itself, like the code itself, it's cross-border. It doesn't care about anything. We have the similar culture and we have the similar base, as Hude was saying, and pretty much the same laws, I'm sure, because they were all copied from like abroad. You know what I mean? So I don't see why not. But Egypt is such a challenge, and we're facing right now. So until we conquer Egypt, we're gonna look beyond.
Thank you. So, Douja, earlier you talked about the fact that Red Star today has key partnerships with Morocco, Algeria. So could you tell us more about what kind of partnerships are we talking about today, and how do you collaborate?
Okay. I want to say something about what Hude was saying about youth, and at Red Start, I took like 2 years thinking why I will launch an accelerator in Tunisia, and you have a big number of an incubator and accelerator, and I chose to be in the growth part of the let's say the value chain of entrepreneurship, and I take the challenge to work with existing SMEs, because I believe that the innovation piece and the connection with startups and with youth is crucial for them. And I think we can find like Pepite, not very young people, but people who are in business, and they need to make this shift and to change their business model, and to be to try to be in the new business models, and in innovation, and to be connected with youth, startups, and so on. It's very difficult, but it's challenging. But I believe that you have many SMEs and traditional companies who needs to make the shift and to change, and to be aware of how things are going right now. And the connection with Morocco, Algeria, and even some African countries, Senegal, Côte d'Ivoire, I have partners there, is to make all this happen together. And to be frank, is also about market, because you know that. And Tunisia is very small, but it's very difficult country. We can test, we can prove our MVP and our products in Tunisia, and to be sure that you are to be sure that you are doing something valuable, and then we need to go to other market and to go internationally. This is why I'm working a lot on this connection with other countries, North African and African countries, and of course European, as you have like traditional market is Europe, and we are used to work with them. So the bridges, the construction bridges with other accelerator, incubator, and other structures outside of Tunis is important to help our entrepreneurs to expand and to grow.
Thank you so much, Duja. So maybe now we will talk more about the investment side. Maybe my first question would be about cross-border investment. A big topic, but it would be great maybe to talk about it today during our panel. So do you think, according to you as an entrepreneur, as a startup support organization and business angel, do you think today is it possible to think about cross-border, to build cross-border investment within the North African ecosystems?
Yeah. Okay. I think for my opinion for with the cascade of investor. For Tunisia, it's very early to invest abroad because we are still learning and still trying to understand what are the new mechanism, innovative mechanism, financial mechanism, because we are used when you go to the regions in Tunis and you ask about access to finance, they talk about BFM, PME, BTS, and we need to make this awareness and to explain that there is many other financial mechanisms existing that exist, and they are used every in the world, everywhere, and we need to make them work, because we have already a business angel network, but they are not very dynamic, and they're still looking for we need pipeline, we need to know how to invest, to learn together, and how to invest together also. So I think it's early to talk about investing abroad for Tunisian business angel. At least I'm speaking about my group and the network we launched last year. But I think that in other ecosystems, where business angels are very, they have the experience, and they are. I'm talking about European or American or the Egyptian also. They used to do that, and today the world is very open, and people are working outside of their countries very simply, and they can invest in companies, but they want to be sure that the startup is able to go abroad and to scale up very quickly, because when they invest, they want to make money, and at least it's not messina or love money. They want to make money. So we need to have to push our to work with our startups and companies to be scalable, and to work really to think outside of Tunis from the beginning, when they start to think about the project, and to let them attractive for investors. And I think it's possible to have investment in Tunisia or in North Africa for investors from outside. And I think we have some of them in Tunisia already. Yeah.
I mean, if you take Flat 6 Labs, that's what they do. The only thing is that they raise funds from their own countries, and that's where the risk is going. If you take AfricInvest, that's what they do. They fundraise from DFIs, and then they invest in different countries. But again, I think that for investors, it's always the same thing. What's the risk? How can I get back my money out of the country? What is the uncertainty around the country? I mean, if you manage...
Regulation.
Yeah, if you manage to mitigate those risks, this can happen. So I don't think, the real question is, how can we mitigate risk? How can we make it sexy enough to have investors do it cross regions as per in sub-Saharan Africa?
Question. So when you're raising funds for MN League, do you look to VCs who are established in North African countries, such as, for example, for Morocco, they have outliers, for example. So when you're fundraising, do you think of reaching out to those VCs, or you look more into maybe European VCs or African VCs, I mean, from sub-Saharan Africa?
So I work in insurance, so my mind works statistically. So I always approach 100 investors, and maybe I'll be in serious negotiations with 3 of them. So yeah, I approach investors everywhere. It doesn't matter to me. But recently, right now, we're incorporating outside of Egypt, and this is based on the VC that we're approaching right now. So they won't put money in Egypt, basically. Yeah, but yeah. So probably any cross-border North African investment will happen outside of Africa in general.
Thank you so much, Moheb. So in order to wrap up, before moving to questions, if you have any, so I will ask you maybe to, what would be your call to action today to build bridges within the North African ecosystem? What would be your, let's do this, what's the call to action?
Create the context where people can like each other. It's the only way to collaborate.
Create trust, and I want to say we need to work on our business environment in Tunisia. We need more facilities.
Great, Moheb, if you want to add anything. I know you're Egypt-oriented for now.
No, I think it's great, coming here, and I think many more of those events are going to build bridges. So recently, an Egyptian startup acquired a Moroccan startup. So MaxUp acquired Ways to Cap, and this was the first acquisition that is North African pure. So and they actually came to know Ways to Cap from YC. So the connection was not made in the region; it was made in Silicon Valley. So yeah.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Douja, Houde, Moheb. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Thank you.
If you have any questions, feel free. Thank you.
If you have questions, yes. There's always questions.
Hi, I'm Shaima Shawishi. I'm founder of Tela here in Tunisia. My question is, first, because today you talked about maybe we should make a likable environment for each other, but I think that we forgot about the regulations. For each country, it's different from the other. For example, when I went to Libya, it's totally different from Tunisia on how to create a startup, on how the ecosystem is moving. So maybe that we should put a regulation that can unify us, one regulations for the startups that can be, I'm in Tunisia, I can move to Libya, to Algeria or to Morocco very fast without having the constraints of administrative or anything. The second thing is, unfortunately, when you would like to raise funds, investors would ask you not to be in Tunisia. That is a sad fact, that you have to create your startup either in Europe or in the US. So what we can do about this? How we can talk about accelerating Tunisian startups or North African startups while investors do not invest in startups that are their headquarters here in Tunisia or the North Africa.
Excellent. There's a couple of interesting questions. Do you have other questions so they can answer other questions? You want to go to lunch? Okay. Christophe.
I just want to say, responding to the point that was made on the panel, that there are over 10 startups from the region, not from Tunisia. So we are trying with our limited budgets and resources to accommodate. So you have startups from Sudan, from Morocco, from Tunisia that came here. We have people coming from other countries like South Africa. So I think, you know, you can be complaining about it's not enough and so forth, but you know, we have to try harder, but we are trying in a post-COVID world to resume in-person events. So just wanted to say that. And those guys, when you ask the questions, are all busy networking outside with the people that are here. So just wanted to say that.
I'm happy to hear this.
An excellent comment, yes. No other questions, right? So we give them, okay.
So concerning your point, I think that if you want to wait for regional regulation, we'll meet in a century, it's not going to happen. So I think that unfortunately you have to find ways, and you find ways and you innovate when you have change makers who together from the region decide to find potential solutions. So I personally would recommend to really try to be creative there, because unfortunately the regulation is not going to happen. Looking at your point concerning how to invest and how to incorporate, basically at one point of time you incorporate outside, it's exactly the same problem. Like Tunisia, for instance, educates doctors at one point of time. When they grow, they go to Europe. I mean, if you do not create the context to make people stay, it's your problem. And this is a big problem that Tunisia is going to be facing in the next decade. Maybe a real set of actions need to be planned to do that, and it is the case. So listening to Egypt, for instance, that needs to incorporate elsewhere, it's a reality. Either we go into a system where North Africa becomes Nigeria, and think about it. I mean, Nigeria managed to create, it's still Nigeria. Poverty rate, uncertainty, violence in the street, and Nigeria is still Nigeria. So there is here real elements related to policy, unfortunately, but you have to make it. You have to find ways to hack the system, and you have to go international, and probably countries such as Algeria, Libya, Tunisia could create platforms that help incorporate outside, as long as the country does not really want to review its politics when it comes to currency and the way we manage it.
It's okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you. We can give them some warm applause. Thank you. Thank you, Aziza, Moheb, Duja, and Hudeh. We will go for an hour for lunch, and then we'll be back for the afternoon session. You will be having the path to accelerating investment in Africa, what the rest of the world could learn from Tunisia and North Africa. Then you will know what happened at the unconference, which is a very interesting point, I think, of AfricArena. This is what I love to attend each time. So you will have with you, Bintu, a wrap-up about what happened in the boot camp and the unconference, and then the 10 startup pitch. Voilà. See you soon. See you later.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Bon
so
appétit.
lunch will be served at the restaurant. So you can all go to the restaurant. There is like a reserve area for AfricArena. And just before you leave, I just want to announce that we will have the Innovation Night tonight at 6:30 at Dazarouk in Sidi Bou Said. So we're going to put all the information on the screen at the end of the event. But
at
6:30.
6:30.
Yeah, 6:30.
Okay. At Sidi Bou Said, huh?
Yes.
In the restaurant?
In the Dazarouk.
Dazarouk.
Cool. Thank you. Enjoy the lunch, everyone, and
Bon
see
appétit. Et on revient dans une heure.
On revient dans une heure.
Back in an hour. later you're going to have, I know everyone is waiting for the pictures to see how it's going to go for this first North Africa edition. I'm not sure if you are already live, but I'm going to say something in Tunisian. ما تحشمونيش قالوش بتونس ريق بارابور السنغال وكينيا ولي زيفينمون اللي عملوهم دونك كان نجموا نعملوا تصفيقا نفيقوا مع بعضنا نعملوا حاجة. I told you Tunisians are great. It was just, you know, we're not morning people, but we're definitely afternoon people and evening people, believe me. So again, we're going to say for the people who just arrived, because I've seen a few of you arriving now. So tonight there is the Innovation Night. So you are all welcome to Dar Zarruq in Sidi Bou Said at 6:30. Voilà. And tomorrow, for all our visitors who are leaving the country, you will have the test here, the PCR test. You can do it in the Movenpick at 9 a.m., right? And it's free.
No. Sorry, I would love to pay for everyone, but yes,
okay.
It's 190.
Bintu, we pay, no problem. Donc it's tomorrow at 9 a.m. for whoever needs to do it here. It's easier, and they're bringing the service in the hotel. Okay, so Bintu, do you know about the app about AfricArena Wired? Do you have the app? Anyone downloaded the app, AfricArena? Who has the app? It's easier. Okay, 1, 2. Great, you have won 2,000 euros. Again, it's Bintu who will give you the money. Okay. For the others, really, you could download the app, because you can find all the videos of what happened here. For the startups, you will find your pitches, but you will also find the pitches from other editions, from what's going on in Cape Town, in Kenya, in Dakar, and what will happen and already happened in Tunis. So, and you can stay tuned with all the programs, see what's going on with AfricArena, which is, I think, the most important VC event in our continent. So let's watch the video together. It's a 1-minute video, then we will go straight to the panel. So this is the app. This was a very short video of what can the AfricArena Wired app bring you. So I really ask you to download it.